Testing, testing. Upper St. Clair, Seneca Valley, Canamac. Testing, diving. January 9th, Saturday, 12 p.m. start. Testing.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Upper St. Clair's first dual meet of the year of the 2020-2021 season. We're really excited that we were able to have this in person and excited that Canon Mac and Seneca Valley were able to join us today for what will be, I'm sure, a very exciting day of swimming. We are getting ready right now to start the girls' medley relay. We just have a little bit of technical issues we need to work out before we're able to start the meet. So getting ready to kick it off in a couple of minutes. Looks like we're ready to get started with the girls' 200-yard medley relay. There will be 2 heats of each event. Starting in lane
2, Seneca Valley.
Starting off, lane 2 for Seneca Valley, Taryn Wilson, Sydney Swiger, Eva Carney, and Delaney Molinaro. In lane 4, Seneca Valley, swimming the backstroke, Annabelle Massard, Carly Brunello, Dilani Ranawira, and Cara Della Tafalo. Lane 6 for Upper St. Clair, Lily Bernard, Evie Sullivan, Serena Krishnaswamy, and Freya Kyle. And lane 8 for Upper St. Clair, Emily Whiteford, Becca Kopaz, Kate Petkoff, and Kat Marchando. Turning our eyes to the pool, Seneca Valley, lane 4 has a small lead in the breaststroke. It's Carly Brunella. As I said, a small lead over Evie Sullivan in lane 6 for Upper St. Clair, followed by lane 8, or lane 2, then lane 8. The flyer for Seneca Valley just went in. That's Delaney Ranawira. And she is swimming against Serena Krishnaswamy right now. Serena's trying to see if she can catch her. We'll see if Freya Kyle can catch up with Cara Della Tafalo. Looks like Cara is going to be able to maintain her lead, and Seneca Valley is going to finish this heat in first place. Finishing the medley, that was lane 4, Seneca Valley in first. Lane 2, Upper St. Clair, lane in second place, lane 6, Upper St. Clair. Third place, Seneca Valley in lane 2. And in fourth place, Upper St. Clair in lane 8. Next, we have heat 2. Lane 2 will be Cannon Mac. Lane 4 is Seneca Valley. And lane 6 is Upper St. Clair. Lane 2, the backstroker will be led off by Haley Mirdo, followed by Lauren Bailey in breaststroke, Anastasia Radlinsky in fly, and Mallory Mahan in free. Lane 4, Seneca Valley, Rhea Dietz will swim backstroke, Edie Sawyer breast, Kendall Craig in fly, and Kristen Bedell, in free. And then lane 6, for Upper St. Clair, we have Taylor Connors leading off in back, Caitlin Connors in breast, Amanda Adar in breast, and Rachel Fibby in free. So good start. It looks like it's going to be a good race between the backstrokers, with Taylor and Rhea pretty much stroke for stroke at this point. We'll see the breaststrokers are getting ready to go off. That'll be Lauren Bailey, or Edie Sawyer, and Caitlin Connors. And breaststroker now taking off for Cannon Mac, Lauren Bailey. It's an exciting race. It looks like Seneca Valley, Edie Sawyer might have a slight lead. Coming in for the flyers, that'll be Kendall Craig for Seneca Valley and Amanda Adar for Upper St. Clair. And coming off for Cannon Mac will be Anastasia Radlinsky, swimming the fly for Cannon Mac. Okay, coming down to the freestylers. Oh, it looks like it could be really close. We have Kristen Bedell and Rachel Fibby. An exciting finish, but it looks like Seneca Valley's got it. Great swim for both teams. Finishing up is Mallory Mahone for Canon Mac. So, I just want to throw out there, normally we would set up and let everybody know what the Whitfield qualifying times are. However, at this point, because of the challenging year that all of the high school swimmers have had to face and the difficulty with pool space, we're not sure what the Whitfield qualifying times will be, and those are still to be decided and set by the Whitfield committee. So at this point, we're just here to watch some fast swimming and very excited to do it in person. The swimmers swimming in person. Up next is the boys 200-yard medley relay. There'll be 3 heats. In the first heat, lane 4 is Seneca Valley, and lane 6 is Upper St. Clair. In lane 4 for Seneca Valley, we have Danny Kane swimming backstroke, Ronnie Royhab swimming breast, Colin Mansfield swimming fly, and Noah Peterson swimming free. For Upper St. Clair, in lane 6, we have Topher Bishop swimming backstroke, Alex Petkoff swimming breast, Boshi Dong swimming fly, and Whit Burns swimming free. Okay, so Topher Bishop for Upper St. Clair in lane 6 and Danny Kane for Seneca Valley in lane 4. Pretty much stroke for stroke at this point. Looks like Danny Kane might have lost his goggles on the turn. They're coming in, the breaststrokers, Ronnie Royhab for Seneca Valley and Alex Petkoff for Upper St. Clair. Alex Petkoff is taking a nice lead in the breaststroke for Upper St. Clair. And he's handing off to Boshi Dong in the fly. And Ronnie Royhab just handed off to Colin Mansfield for the fly for Seneca Valley. Okay, Whit Burns just took off on the freestyle leg for Upper St. Clair. And as Colin Mansfield comes into the wall, Noah Peterson is going to be swimming freestyle for Seneca Valley. Okay, we're getting ready for Heat 2. In Heat 2, Lane 2 will be Canon Mac. Lane 4 will be Seneca Valley. And Lane 6 will be Upper St. Clair. In Lane 2 for Canon Mac, we have Ian Fulton leading off on backstroker, Noah Zadila swimming breast, Madhan Muthkumar swimming fly, and Connor McMahon swimming free. Lane 4 for Seneca Valley, we have Owen Tecklenburg swimming backstroke, Logan Hockenberry swimming breast, Renhan Zhu swimming fly, and Brian Whitney swimming free. And in Lane 6 for Upper St. Clair, we have Alexei Shabanoff swimming backstroke, Will Perham swimming breast, Colby Bernard swimming fly, and Matthew Zukowski swimming freestyle. Sorry about that. They're getting ready to go. It's a good race in backstroke between Owen Tecklenburg and Alexei Shabanoff. And they just handed off to Logan Hockenberry, and Will Perham. Looks like Upper St. Clair is getting a little bit of an edge on the breaststroke. In Canon Mac, the handoff was from Ian Fulton to Noah Zadila. Okay, Will touched just slightly ahead of Logan, but the splits were actually quite close. Less than 0.4 of a second difference between the two breaststrokers. In the water swimming fly for Canon Mac is Madhan Muthkumar, Seneca Valley Renhan Zhu, who just handed off to Brian Whitney. Colby Bernard for fly from Upper St. Clair handed off to Matt Wiezikowski. Looks like Upper St. Clair might be able to maintain its lead. Although Brian Whitney is doing his best to catch Matt Wiezikowski. If he had a little bit more real estate, he might have been able to do it. In the water for Canon Mac at this time is Connor McMahon, finishing up the freestyle leg. We have Heat 3 coming up right now. Heat 3 in Lane 2 we'll have Canon Mac. Lane 4 we'll have Seneca Valley, and Lane 5 we'll have Upper St. Clair. In Lane 2 for Canon Mac, leading off with the backstroke, we'll have Max Orlowski. Following him, breaststroke, Cole Orlowski, Perry Barnhart swimming fly, and Chad Isbell swimming free. For Seneca Valley in Lane 4, we have Connor Seeley swimming back, Haihan Zhu swimming breast, Gavin Blazer swimming fly, and Zach Lazowski swimming free. Finally, Lane 6, Upper St. Clair, we have Ganesh Sivaramakrishnan swimming backstroke, Josh Matheny swimming breaststroke, Daniel Wang swimming fly, and Ryan Shenchishak swimming free. This should be a good race. I know all three of these backstrokers are strong backstrokers, so we'll see how the first 50 goes for each of the high schools. Looks like Upper St. Clair may have a slight edge over Canon Mac. Leading off Josh Matheny, Canon Mac handing off to Cole Orlowski, and Seneca Valley handing off to Haihan Zhu with breaststroke. Matheny's just handing off to Daniel Wang. Orlowski handing off to Barnhart, and Zhu handing off to Blazer. And Upper St. Clair's pulled out a nice lead, but it's a really tight race right now between Seneca Valley and Canon Mac. Could come down to the freestyle. Daniel Wang just handed off to Ryan Shenchishak. Gavin Blazer to Zach Lazowski, and Perry Barnhart to Chad Isbell. Okay, Ryan Shenchak just finished first, Upper St. Clair. And they just set the pool record by 4 seconds. Great swim, Upper St. Clair. Coming up next, we have the girls' 200-yard freestyle. We're going to have 2 heats.
Next up, event 3, the girls' 200-yard freestyle. 2 heats. Heat 1 of 2. Lane 3 for Upper St. Clair. Kat Marchando.
Okay, in lane 3, we'll have Kat Marchando, Upper St. Clair, Bella Stefanowicz, Seneca Valley, and Bella Kling, Seneca Valley. The pool record, and we're going to give out the pool record since we don't have whippeal cuts, and this is a new pool, so it's entirely possible that these pools records could be broken, is held by Gracie Gritz, and it's a 155.66. So we'll see what these girls can do with the pool record. Once again, lane 3 is Kat Marchando from Upper St. Clair, lane 4, Bella Stefanowicz from Seneca Valley, and lane 7, Bella Kling from Seneca Valley. Both of the swimmers from Seneca Valley are neck and neck. Swimming and looking strong at this point. Followed closely by Kat Marchando from Upper St. Clair. Looks like Bella Kling has a slight lead over Bella Stefanowicz at this point. But there's still another 50 to go, so we'll see what happens. It looks like the Bella Kling has been able to maintain her lead. She's going to come in first with a 2:03.92, followed by Bella Stefanowicz with the 2:06.59, and Kat Marchando's going to finish up right now with a 2:17 flat. Heat 2 will be up next. In lane 2 for Canon Mac is Abby Patarka. Lane 3 for Upper St. Clair, Taylor Connors. Lane 4 for Seneca Valley, Perry Gagussis. Lane 5 for Canon Mac, Mallory Mahone. Lane 6, Upper St. Clair, Abby Rakowski. And lane 7, Seneca Valley, Abby Perry. Three Abbies in one heat. Okay, once again, the pool record for this event is a 155.66. Taylor Connors is out to an early lead, followed closely by Abby Rakowski and Perry Gagussis. However, this is a 200 and leads can change, so we'll see, who's taking it out hard, who's saving it for the back half as well. It's a tight race between Taylor Connors and Abby Rakowski, and for first, and for third and fourth, it's a tight race between Perry Gagussis and who's over there? Abby Perry, who's They have 150 left. Looks like Taylor Connors is going to finish first, followed by Abby Rakowski and Perry Gagousas, with Abby Perry not far behind. Taylor Connors, 155.21, new pool record. Congratulations, Taylor. Great swim. Followed by Abby Rakowski, Perry Gagousas, Abby Perry. And then it looks like Mallory Mahone and Abby Patarka. Great swimming, and it's, I think everybody who's listening, having been out of the water until January 4th, it's terrific that these kids are back in. They're racing hard, and they're swimming events like the 200 free, which takes quite a bit of conditioning to be able to swim and swim it well, and they all did a fantastic job. Next up, we have the boys 200 freestyle. The pool record is a 144.87, held by Josh Matheny. In Heat 1, Lane 2, we have Jackson Settles from Canon Mac. Lane 3, from Upper St. Clair, Max Shipley. Lane 4, from Seneca Valley, Matthew Stevens. Lane 5, from Canon Mac, Madhav Muthkumar. Lane 6, from Upper St. Clair, Matthew Fibby. And Lane 7, from Seneca Valley, Alexander Kim. Looks already like it could be a tight race between Max Shipley and Matthew Stevens, with Matthew Fibby hanging right in there. So it looks actually like it could shape up to be a good race between those three, and then between Alexander Kim, Jackson Settles, and Madhav Muthkumar. Max Shipley and Matthew Stevens are still sort of staying stroke for stroke with each other, with Matthew Fibby right behind. Alexander Kim is doing his best to try to catch Matthew Fibby, with Madhav Mukhtar and Jackson Settles racing. Okay, Max Shipley and Matthew Stevens are going to flip now for their final 50. They've continued to stay neck and neck. It's a great race between the two boys. Looks like Max Shipley is going to be able to pull out. Got a little bit left for the final 50. Great race between Max Shipley and Matthew Stevens. Finishing third is Matthew Fibby. Fourth will be Alexander Kim. And then it's a race for fifth between Jackson Settles and Madhav Muthkumar. Looks like Madhav was able to pull it out in the end. And finishing fifth. Coming up, we have Heat 2. Lane 2, we have Connor Dalton from Canon Mac. Lane 3, Ethan Neal from Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Daniel Simoes from Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Noah Zadila from Canon Mac. Lane 6, Andrew White from Upper St. Clair. And Lane 7, Kevin Donaldson from Seneca Valley. Okay, once again, the pool record in this event's a 144.87. See what these boys can do. I know that Seneca Valley has some very strong freestylers in Kevin Donaldson and Daniel Simoes, but Ethan Neal and Andrew White are determined to hang with them. So it should be a good race. At the halfway point, Kevin Donaldson slipping first, followed very closely by Daniel Simoes and Ethan Neal. Andrew White hanging on in fourth. Noah Zadila and Connor Dalton are racing for fifth. Looks like this race is going to go to Daniel Simoes. Oh, they had another 50. Sorry about that. And actually, it looks like Kevin Donaldson may have saved something up. A good race between the two boys from Seneca Valley, followed not far behind Ethan Neal in third and Andrew White in fourth. Ethan Neal is doing his best to see if he can catch them. But it looks like this race is going to go to Seneca Valley, and it went to Kevin Donaldson with a 144.10, breaking the pool record. Congratulations, Kevin. Second place went to Daniel Simoes with a 144.56. He was also under the pool record. Third place to Ethan Neal, 147.84. Fourth place to Andrew White, 152.03. Noah Zadilas will come in fifth with a 214.49. And Connor Dalton in sixth with a 220.41. The next event we have up is the girls' 200-yard individual medley. In Heat 1, this will be two heats. In Lane 3, we have Freya Kyle from Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, we have Delaney Ranawira from Seneca Valley. And Lane 7, Mackenzie Van Idekinge from Seneca Valley as well. The pool record in this event, a 209.72. It's a close race right now with the fly, but the exciting thing about watching the 200 individual medley is that the lead changes depending on the stroke. You'll have swimmers who are very strong in the front half, in the fly and the backstroke, but have difficulty with breaststroke. Swimmers who have nothing left by the time they hit free. Makes it a very exciting event to watch. Right now, all three girls are very close, right with each other. It looks like Mackenzie, no, I'm sorry, that's Freya, may have the slight lead. She's being followed very closely by Delaney. So this race could hinge on the breaststroke. Mackenzie's still right in there as well. This is a very close race between all three girls. Looks like Delaney may be pulling out a slight lead on the breaststroke. Okay, turning now, it's bringing home in freestyle. Delaney has developed pulled ahead of Freya slightly, and Mackenzie is still right in there for the race as well. Freya's giving her a good race. It's going to come down to the finish. Wow, terrific job, Freya Kyle. Managed to pull it out. She had a terrific freestyle leg, was a 2:28.06, and Carly Brunella at a 2:28.13. So really exciting race, a lot of fun to watch. Followed by Mackenzie with a 2:34.1. Up next, we have Heat 2. In Lane 2, we have Maddie Mirdo from Canon Mac. Lane 3, Amanda Adar from Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Kendall Craig, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Haley Mirdo, Canon Mac. Lane 6, Sophia Schlichting, Upper St. Clair. And Lane 7, Carly Brunella from Seneca Valley. Oh, I apologize, Carly, if you were in the earlier heat and I was calling you Delaney. The heat sheet reads Lane 4 was Delaney and Carly Brunella's in Lane 7. So Delaney and Carly, I apologize if I called one of you by the wrong name. It looks like actually Edie Sawyer may be in Lane 7. So if I go by the scoreboard, it's not Carly Brunella, it's Edie Sawyer. Carly was in the previous heat, and Delaney may not have swam this event. So I really apologize for that. Right now, it's a close race between Kendall Craig, Edie Sawyer, and Sophie Schlichting, with Amanda Adar right in the race as well. Looks like Sophie Schlichting may have a slight lead, but Kendall Craig is right there. And Amanda and Edie Sawyer looks like they're having a good race over in lanes. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I had them backwards. It looks like Amanda and Kendall are racing here in lanes 3 and 4. I apologize for that. And Soph and Edie are racing in lanes 6 and 7. Kendall Craig had a strong breaststroke leg. She just turned first, followed closely by Edie Sawyer, Amanda, and Soph in 3rd and 4th. And Maddie and Haley are racing right now for 5th. Looks like Kendall Craig's got this. But Amanda is doing her best to see if she can catch Edie. Looks like Edie Sawyer got 2nd. Seneca Valley took 1-2, followed by Amanda Adar and Soph Schlichting, 3rd and 4th for Upper St. Clair, and Canon Mac finishing with 5th and 6th. And terrific job Congratulations, Kendall. That's a new pool record. She went 209.21. The old record was a 209.72. Congratulations. Coming up next, we have the boys' 200-yard individual medley. In Heat 1, Lane 3, Patrick Benedict for Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Logan Hockenberry, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Stone DeChisis from Canon Mac. Lane 6, Pavel Shabanoff, Upper St. Clair. And Lane 7, Zach Cox, Seneca Valley.
For Seneca Valley, Logan Hockenberry. Lane 5 for Cannon McMillan, Stone DeChisis. Lane 6 for Upper St. Clair, Pavel Shabanow. Lane 7 for Seneca Valley, Zach Cox.
The pool record in this event is a 157.05. It's a pretty close race right now for the fly. Logan Hockenberry looks like he might have a slight lead, but Patrick Benedict is staying quite close along with Pavel and Zach. Wow, the race remains really close. May come down to the breaststroke, as the medley often does. Okay, Pavel touched first, followed by Patrick, Logan, and Zach. Looks like Patrick Benedict may be pulling it out in lane 3 in breaststroke, gaining a slight edge, with Logan, Pavel, and Zach following very closely behind in a pack right now. And Stone wrapping it up with 5th. Okay, they turn into freestyle with Patrick turning 1st, Zach turning 2nd. Or no, I'm sorry, Zach turning 3rd, Logan turning 2nd. But Pavel is going to give them a race in the free. Not sure if they can catch Patrick, but it's a really good, tight race for 2nd at this point. Great swim. Patrick Benedict touches 1st at a 207.58, followed by Pavel Shabanoff, who pulled it out in 2nd with a 208.71. Zach Cox was 3rd with a 208.83, and Logan Hockenberry in 4th with a 209.79. Close, exciting race. Great swimming. We have Stone DeChisis finishing now in 5th. Up next, we have Heat 2. In lane 2, we have Aiden Hollinsworth from Canon Mac. Lane 3, Josh Matheny, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Haihan Zhu, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Perry Barnhart, Canon Mac. Lane 6, Jason Zhang, Upper St. Clair. Lane 7, Connor Seeley, Seneca Valley. The pool record in this event is a 157.05. Okay, looks like it's going to be close in the fly between Josh Matheny, Haihan Zhu, and Jason Zhang, with Connor Seeley right there as well. Josh Matheny touched first, but Haihan and Jason were right there with him as well. So Haihan, Josh, and Jason are basically swimming stroke for stroke, followed closely by Connor Seeley, Perry Barnhart, and Aiden Hollandworth racing for 5th right now. Going into the breaststroke, Josh Matheny is developing a slight lead over Haihan and Jason. Josh Matheny touched first, followed not too far behind by Haihan Zhu and Jason Zhang. Okay, Josh Matheny came in first, 156.09, followed by Haihan Zhu, 157.74, and Jason Zhang, 201.88. We have Connor Seeley coming in now, finishing his freestyle leg at a 209.83. And congratulations, Josh. You just broke the pool record. With his 156.09, it's a new pool record. Perry Barnhart just touched for Canon Mac in 5th, and we have Aiden Hollandworth touching in 6th. Coming up next, we have the girls 50-yard freestyle. The pool record's a 24.12. We'll have 2 heats. The first heat, lane 3, Clair Senchashak, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Edie Sawyer, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Morgan Molt, Canon Mac. Lane 6, Becca Kopaz, Upper St. Clair. And Lane 7, Sloan Myers, Seneca Valley. We'll see if Edie Sawyer gets up and swims the 50 free. She just got out of the 2IM. Looks like there may have been a change in the lineup, and Delaney Ranawira may be swimming instead of Edie Sawyer. They may have switched events, and so I apologize to both Edie and Delaney if that's the case. I think I may need an updated lineup. Looking at what the scoreboard says, it looks like it is Delaney in this event, and Edie swam the 2IM. So once again, I apologize to both of you for mixing up your names, but I think I have, as I said, an old lineup. It's a fast race. Clair Senchashak's off to a great start. Looks like she's got this. Great swim, Clara, 25.85, followed closely by Delaney Ranawira with a 27.68 and Sloan Myers with a 28.19. Becca Kopaz in 4th with a 32.21 and Morgan Moltz in 5th with a 38.91. Next we have Heat 2 up. In Lane 2, we have Anastasia Radlinsky from Canon Mac. Lane 3, Caitlin Connors, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Annabelle Moussard, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Lauren Bailey, Canon Mac. Lane 6, Rachel Fibby, Upper St. Clair. And Lane 7, Kristen Bedell, Seneca Valley. Once again, the pool record in this event is a 24.12. This is always a fun event. It's who can get off the block the fastest and who has the fastest turn. Okay, heat 2 stepping up on the block. Okay, great start by Caitlin Connors. She's going to go into her turn first, followed closely by Kristen Bedell. It looks like Anna Morsard is coming in there too, but it looks like Caitlin Connors has run away with this race, finishing first with a 24:44. Second place went to Kristen Bedell, 25:42. Third place, Rachel Fibby, 25:97. Fourth place, Anna Morsard, 26:38. And fifth place, Lauren Bailey, 28:92. At sixth place, Anna Relinsky, 29:85. So that was some fast swimming. Boys are up next for their 50 free. 2 heats. Heat 1, lane 2, Connor McMahon, Cannon Mack. Lane 3, Matt Vizukowski, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Frankie Walton, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Brady Scanlon, Cannon Mack. Lane 6, Whit Burns, Upper St. Clair. And lane 7, Connor Anderson, Seneca Valley. The pool record in this event is a 21:68. That's close off the start. No one really had a faster start or pulled out, but it looks right now like Frankie Walton from Seneca Valley and Connor Anderson from Seneca Valley are in the lead, followed really closely by Matt Vizukowski. But it is going to be Connor Anderson pulled out the lead. Not bad. Swimming from an outside lane. He went 22:92. Frankie Walton, second place, 22:93. Matt Vizukowski in third with a 23:51. Up next, we have Heat 2. Lane 2, we have Chad Isabel, Cannon Mack. Lane 3, Ryan Senchishak, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Gavin Blazer, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Max Orlowski, Cannon Mack. Lane 6, Daniel Wang, Upper St. Clair. And lane 7, Zach Lozowski from Seneca Valley. Once again, watch the start and the turn. That's what's going to win the 50. And the pool record, 21:68. Watching the start, Max Orlowski pulled ahead. Still, he slipped first, followed very closely by Ryan Senchishak and Gavin Blazer. Looks like it's going to be a race between the 3, and Daniel Wang's hanging right in there as well. It looks like Max Orlowski, he led the race from the start to finish, 21:86, just off the pool record. Second, Ryan Senchishak with a 22:07. Third place, Gavin Blazer, 22:34. Fourth place, Daniel Wang, 22:61. Fifth place, Zach Lozowski, 22:83. And sixth place, Chad Isbell, 24:13. Some fast swimming. Great job, guys. Right now, we're going to take a slight break for warm-up so the kids can shake out, loosen out, and we're going to turn it over to diving. That was Addison Burnett diving for Upper St. Clair. That was her first dive.
Swimmer 3 from Seneca.
Our third diver today is Ashley from Seneca Valley. Her
6.5, 6.5, 6.5.
Ashley's scores are 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. And I'm going to apologize in advance. I do not have any information, so I'm going off what the pool announcer is saying. So if I miss something, I'm very sorry. I'm going to do the best I can to keep everybody who's watching the live feed informed on the diving. We have a fourth diver now. Her scores were 4.5, 5.5, 5.
Our next diver from Seneca Valley, Aaron Castanero.
Our next diver is Seneca Valley, Aaron Castanera.
Degree of difficulty 1.7.
She's doing a reverse dive pike. And her scores are 5, 4.5, 4.5.
Now for the boys, for Upper St. Clair, Sammy Lee,
Our,
302C.
our first diver for the boys is Upper St. Clair's Sammy Levy.
Degree of difficulty 1.6.
And Sammy's scores are 5, 6, 5.5. Our second diver for Seneca Valley, Sam Skeen.
02C. Reverse 1 somersault tuck.
Reverse somersault tuck. And Sam's scores are 5.5, 5.5, 4.5.
Up next for Seneca Valley, Jeremiah Laszlovic.
Jeremiah Laszlovic is up for Seneca Valley.
Reverse dive straight. Degree of difficulty.
And he's doing a reverse dive straight. Jeremiah's scores are 3.5, 2.5, 2.
Up next for Seneca Valley, Matthew Laszlovic.
Seneca Valley, Matthew Laszlovic. He's doing a reverse dive pike. Matthew's scores are 6.5, 7, 5.5.
Up next for Seneca Valley, Trevor Elliott. Dive
Trevor Elliott from Seneca Valley is the next diver. And he's doing a reverse dive tuck. Trevor's scores are 5, 5.5, 5.
that completes round 1.
That's round 1. It's completed. We're on to round 2. Back to the girls.
Forward dive pike. Degree of difficulty 1.3.
It's Addison Burnett from Upper St. Clair. Forward dive pike. Addison's scores are 6, 4.5, 5. Second diver, Seneca Valley, Riley Smith. Riley's scores are 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. The next diver is Ashley Feliski from Seneca Valley. Ashley will be doing a 1.5 somersault pike. Ashley's scores are 5.5, 7.5, 6. Ashley Stewart will be diving for Seneca Valley next. And she's doing a forward 1.5 somersault tuck position. Ashley's scores are 4.5, 4.5, 5. Next up, we have Seneca Valley's Aaron Castanero doing a reverse 1 somersault tuck. Aaron's scores are 3.5, 4, 4. And once again, I apologize if I'm getting the names wrong. As I said, I didn't get a list, and we're having some technical difficulties, so I am going off of what the announcer is saying. So I'm doing the best I can, and please accept my apologies. Sammy Levy's now diving for Upper St. Clair. Sammy's scores are 4.5, 5, 4.5. Second male diver for Seneca Valley, Sam Skeen, is doing a reverse dive straight. Sam's scores are 3, 5, 5.
Up next for Seneca Valley, Jeremiah Laszlovic.
Jeremiah Laszlovic is up for Seneca Valley, doing a reverse 1 somersault tuck. Jeremiah's scores are 5, 6, 6.
Up next for Seneca Valley, Matthew Laszlovic.
Seneca Valley's Matthew Laszlovic is up next.
Forward 2.5 somersault.
He will be doing a forward 2.5 somersault tuck. Matthew's scores are 6.5, 7, 6.5.
6.5. Diver number 10 is Seneca Valley's Trevor Elliott.
Seneca Valley's Trevor Elliott will be diving next, doing a reverse 1.5 somersault tuck. Trevor's scores are 5.5, 5.5, 6.5.
Round 3, Addison Burnett for Upper St. Clair.
Addison Burnett will be starting off round 3 for Upper St. Clair
1.5 somersault pike.
with a forward 1.5 somersault pike. Addison scores are 4.5, 5. Sorry, 4.5, 5.5, 5. Second diver, round 3. Riley Smith from Seneca Valley. She's doing a back somersault straight. Riley's scores are 6.5, 6, 5.5. Ashley Filitsky for Seneca Valley is next, doing a forward 2 somersault pike. Ashley's scores are 5.5, 4.5, 5. Ashley Stewart, Seneca Valley, will be diving next, doing a back dive straight. Ashley's scores are 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 3.5, 2. Erin Castanero, Seneca Valley, will be diving next. She'll be doing a somersault 1.5 pike. Her scores are 4.5, 4.5, 5. That concludes our round 3 for the girls. Moving on to round 3 for the boys. Sam Levy for Upper St. Clair. He's doing a 2 somersault tuck. Sammy's scores are 4.5, 4, 5. Diving second for the boys, Seneca Valley, Sam Skeen.
Next for Seneca Valley, Sam Skeen. Dive 104C. Forward 2 somersault tuck. Degree of difficulty 2.
He's doing a forward 2 somersault tuck. Sam's scores are 1, 1, 2. Diving next for Seneca Valley, Jeremiah Glastovic. He's doing a forward 2 somersault tuck. His scores are 6, 6.5, 6. Matthew Laszlovic, dive number 3. We'll be doing a reverse 2 somersault tuck. Matthew's from Seneca Valley. Matthew's scores are 3.5, 4, 5. Sorry. Got 2 of those wrong. Sorry about that. 3.5, 4.5, 5.
Third dive for Seneca Valley's Trevor Elliott. Dive 105.
Trevor Elliott will be diving next,
2.5 somersault tuck.
doing a front
Difficulty
2.5 somersault tuck. Trevor's from Seneca Valley. The scores for Trevor's dives are 4.5, 4.5, 4.
Fourth round dive for Upper St. Clair, Addison Burnett.
Fourth round of diving, starting with Addison Burnett from Upper St. Clair.
Forward 1 somersault, 1 twist free.
Forward 1 somersault, 1 twist. Addison's scores are 5, 4.5, 5.5.
Up next for Seneca Valley, Riley Smith.
Riley Smith will be diving next for Seneca Valley.
Forward 1 1/2 somersault.
Riley will be doing a forward 1 1/2 somersault. Riley's scores are 5, 4, 3.5. Ashley Filitsky from Seneca Valley will be diving next.
403C. Inward 1 1/2 somersault tuck.
She'll be doing an inward 1 1/2 somersault tuck. Her scores are 6, 7.5, 7.
Up next, Ashley Stewart.
Ashley Stewart will be diving next for Seneca Valley.
A. Back dive, 1/2 twist straight.
She's doing a back dive, 1/2 twist straight. Ashley's scores are 3.5, 4 1/2, 3 1/2. Aaron Castanero from Seneca Valley will be diving next.
Dive 202A. Dive 202A. Back 1 somersault straight.
She's going to do a back 1 somersault straight. Her scores are 6, 5, 4.5. Next up, we'll start the boys round 4. Sammy Levy from Upper St. Clair.
Up next, Sammy Levy, Upper St. Clair. Dive 403C. Inward 1 1/2 somersault tuck. Degree of
Sammy's doing an inward somersault 1 1/2 tuck. Sammy's scores are 4, 5, 4.
Seneca Valley, Sam Skeen.
Sam Skeen will be diving next for Seneca Valley.
Back dive straight. Degree of
He'll be doing a
difficulty,
back dive straight.
1.7.
Sam's scores are 5.5, 5 1/2, 6.
Up next, Seneca Valley,
Jeremiah Laszlovic from Seneca Valley will be diving next. Jeremiah will be doing a forward 1 somersault with 2 twists.
2.3.
Jeremiah's scores are 4, 4, 3.
Up next for Seneca Valley, Matthew Laszlovic.
Matthew Laszlovic will be diving next for Seneca Valley. Matthew will be doing a forward 1 1/2 somersault with 1 twist.
2.2.
Matthew's scores are 6, 6, 6 1/2.
Final dive of round 4, Trevor Elliott.
It's the final dive of round 4. Trevor Elliott from Seneca Valley will be doing a back 1 1/2 somersault tuck.
2.0.
Trevor's scores are 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2. Round 5, starting with Addison Burnett from Upper St. Clair.
5. Addison Burnett, Upper St. Clair, dive 201C. Back dive tuck. Degree of difficulty, 1.5.
Addison's scores are 3, 5 1/2, 5.
Up next, Riley Smith. Seneca Valley
Riley Smith from
dive
Seneca Valley will be diving
003C.
next.
Inward 1 1/2 somersault tuck. Degree of
She's doing an
difficulty,
inward 1 1/2 somersault tuck. Riley's scores are 5 1/2, 5, 5.
Up next,
Ashley Filitsky will be diving next for Seneca Valley. Ashley will be doing a back 1 1/2 somersault with a twist. Ashley's scores are 5 1/2, 6 1/2, 6 1/2.
Up next for Seneca Valley, Ashley Stewart. Dive 401.
Ashley Stewart will be diving next from Seneca Valley. She's doing an inward 1 1/2 pike. I'm sorry, that was an inward dive pike. Her scores were 5 1/2, 5 1/2, 6. Next up is Seneca Valley, Aaron Castanero.
Dive 5221D.
Aaron will be diving a back one somersault with a 1/2 twist.
1.7.
Aaron's scores are 5, 4 1/2, 5 1/2.
Round 5 for the boys. Sammy Levy from Upper St.
Sammy Levy will be starting round 5 for the boys.
Back one somersault.
Sam will be doing a back one somersault straight.
1.7.
Sam's scores are 5 1/2, 5, 5 1/2.
Seneca Valley.
Next up, we have Seneca Valley Sam Skeen.
11A.
Sam will be diving
1/2 twist straight.
a back dive with 1/2 twist straight. Sam's scores are 4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2.
Next up, Jeremiah Laszlovic from Seneca Valley. Dive 201A. Back dive.
Jeremiah Laszlovic from Seneca Valley is up next. Jeremiah's scores are 5 1/2, 5 1/2, 5.
Up next for Seneca Valley, Matthew Laszlovic.
Matthew Laszlovic from Seneca Valley will dive next.
Back 2 somersault tuck.
He will be doing a back 2 somersault tuck. Matthew's scores are 5 1/2, 5 1/2, 5.
Final dive of round 5, Seneca Valley.
The final diver in round 5 is Trevor Elliott from Seneca Valley. Trevor will be diving a back 1 1/2 somersault with a 1/2 twist.
2.1.
Trevor's scores are 5, 5, 5. Starting the final round of diving is Addison Burnett from Upper St. Clair.
With Addison Burnett from Upper St. Clair. Dive 402C. Inward, 1 somersault tuck. Degree of
Addison will be diving an inward 1 somersault tuck.
five, 5 1/2.
Her scores were 5, 5 1/2, 6.
Dive for Seneca Valley's Riley Smith.
Riley Smith will be diving next. Riley's from Seneca Valley. She will be diving
1 somersault, 1 1/2.
a back 1 somersault, 1 1/2 twist. Riley's scores are 5, 5, 6.
Final dive for Seneca Valley's Ashley Filitsky.
Ashley Filitsky will be diving next.
Back 1 1/2 somersault.
Ashley will be diving a back 1 1/2 somersault tuck. Ashley's scores are 5, 3, 3 1/2.
Final dive for Seneca Valley's Ashley Stewart.
Ashley Stewart, Seneca Valley, will be diving next. Ashley will dive an inward 1 somersault tuck. Ashley's scores are 5 1/2, 6, 5 1/2.
Next up, Aaron Castanero.
Aaron Castanero will be diving next from Seneca Valley. Aaron will be diving an inward 1 somersault tuck. Aaron's scores are 3, 3 1/2, 4.
Final dive for the boys. Upper St. Clair.
Starting the final round of diving for the boys, Sam Levy will be leading it off.
Back 1 somersault, 1 1/2 twist.
Sam will be diving a back 1 somersault, 1 1/2 twist. The scores 5, 4 1/2, 5. Sam Skeen for Seneca Valley will be diving next. Sam will be doing an inward 1 1/2 somersault tuck. Sam's scores are 4 1/2, 5, 4 1/2.
6 dive for Jeremiah Laszlovic.
Jeremiah Laszlovic will be diving next.
Inward 1 1/2 somersault tuck.
Jeremiah will be diving an inward 1 1/2 tuck somersault. Five and 1/2, 6, 5 are the scores. Next up, Matthew Laszlovic. Matthew will be diving an inward 1 1/2 somersault tuck. Matthew's scores are 5 and 1/2, 6 and 1/2, 7. Our final diver for the day is Trevor Elliott. Trevor will be diving an inward 1 1/2 somersault tuck. Trevor's scores are 6 and 1/2, 6 and 1/2, 7 and 1/2. That will conclude our diving.
Concludes the diving portion. We want to congratulate both Seneca Valley and Upper St. Clair divers for an excellent competition. In a few minutes, we'll begin the second half of the meet.
We'll soon be ready to start the second half of the meet. We'll be kicking off the second half of the meet with the girls' 100-yard butterfly. The scores so far for the boys: Upper St. Clair 36, Seneca Valley 46. For the women, Upper St. Clair 31, Seneca Valley 31, tied. Upper St. Clair 51, Cannon McMillan 11, Seneca Valley 51, Cannon McMillan 11. And I apologize, I missed the remaining men's scores. I will see if I can find that out for everybody. Up next is the girls' 100-yard butterfly. Heat 1. Lane 3, Upper St. Clair, Evie Sullivan. Lane 4, Seneca Valley, Bella Stefanowicz. And Lane 7, Seneca Valley, Eva Carney. The pool record in this event is a 58-13. Fly, like backstroke and freestyle, is really helped if you have some great underwaters. And it looks like Bella Stefanowicz had some terrific underwaters after her start. She's taken an early lead. However, it's a close race between Evie Sullivan and Eva Carney for second place. Looks like Bella Stefanowicz is going to come in first in this heat, followed by Evie Sullivan and then Eva Carney. Bella finished first with a 1:04.32. Evie Sullivan second with a 1:08.87. And Eva Carney in third with a 1:14.50. Heat 2 is up next. Lane 2, Cannon Mack, Anastasia Radlinski. Lane 3, Amanda Adar, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Rhea Dietz, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Maddie Mirdo, Cannon Mack. Lane 6, Serena Krishnawamy, Upper St. Clair. And Lane 7, Kendall Craig, Seneca Valley.
Lane 6, Upper St. Clair, Serena Krishnaswamy. And Lane 7 from Seneca Valley, Bella Clinton.
Once again, the pool record is a 58-13 in this event. Amanda Adar is out to a good start. She'll be turning first at the 25, followed closely by Rhea Dietz. Amanda and Rhea have pulled ahead of the rest of the field with Maddie Mirdo, Serena Kirschwani, and Kendall Craig closely competing for third. Rhea Dietz has pulled up with Amanda. It looks like it's going to be a really close race between the two. And it's going to come down to the last 25. Looks like Rhea Dietz is going to win the event with the 58.63, followed by Amanda Adar with a .37 and Kendall Craig with a 1:03.36. But I apologize, that may not have been Kendall Craig. Looks like that might have been Bella Kling in lane 7 for Seneca Valley, finishing third. Once again, they switched it up on me. Different swimmer than is on the original heat sheet, so I apologize for that. The next event is the boys 100-yard butterfly. Heat 1, Matthew Fibby, lane 3, Upper St. Clair. Renhan Zhu, lane 4, Seneca Valley. Stone DeChisius, lane 5, Cannon Mack. Boshi Dong, lane 6, Upper St. Clair. Alexander Kim, lane 7, Seneca Valley. Renhan Zhu's had a good start. He's out to the lead at the turn. Followed closely by Matthew Fibby, Stone Deshishis, and Boshi Dong. Actually, Alexander Kim as well. Renhan is pulling away, bringing Matthew along with him in second with a tight race for third. Actually, no, tight race for second. Lots of changing in leadership here. Looks like a good race between Boshi Dong and Matthew Fibby, with Renhan Zhu in the lead, and a tight race for fourth between Stone Deshishis and Alexander Kim. Looks like Renhan got this with a 56.00, followed in second place by Matthew Fibby with a minute .95, Boshi Dong with a 103.21, Alexander Kim 105.99, Stone Deshishis 108.88. Once again, the pool record for this event is a 51.36. Up next in Heat 2, Lane 2, we have Caleb Trainum, Cannon Mac. Lane 3, Jason Zhang, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Daniel Simoes, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Cole Orlowski, Cannon Mac. Lane 6, Colby Bernard, Upper St. Clair. And Lane 7, Gavin Blazer, Seneca Valley.
Lane 6 for Upper St. Clair, Colby Bernard. Lane 7 for Seneca Valley, Gavin Blazer.
Looks like Caleb Traina and Colby Bernard went in a little early. They're going to let them both swim. They're stepping back up on the blocks. Oh no, they're going to step them down for a minute while the officials confer about what to do. Looks like Caleb Trainum may have been leading on the start, and he has had to step down. Good start by Daniel Simoes and Gavin Blazer. Daniel Simoes from Seneca Valley's turned first at the 25. It's followed closely by Jason Zhang, Cole Orlowski, and Gavin Blazer. It's a pretty tight race for second right now. Looks like Daniel Simoes got first. He split a 23.44 at the 50. Daniel turned first. Jason and Gavin are racing for second right now, with Cole Orlowski right in the mix. Daniel Simoes, Seneca Valley, first place, 51.08, new pool record. Second place, Gavin Blazer, 52.76. Third place, Jason Zhang, 52.83. Congratulations, Daniel. Up next, we have the girls' 100-yard freestyle. In Heat 1, Lane 2, we have Morgan Moltz from Cannon Mac. Lane 3, Clara Senchashak, Upper St. Clair. Lane 5, Cameron Neeb, Cannon Mac. Lane 6, Freya Kyle, Upper St. Clair. And Lane 7, Delaney Molinaro, Seneca Valley. Pool record in this event's a 53.51. We've seen a lot of them falling today, which is terrific considering it's been a difficult season for all of the kids. It's great to see them step up and race and swim really fast. Okay, looks like we're ready to get started again with the first heat of the girls' 100-yard freestyle. Once again, we have Morgan Moltz in lane 2, Clair Senchashak in lane 3, Cameron Neeb in lane 5, Freya Kyle in lane 6, and Delaney Molinaro in lane 7. Cameron Neeb's out to an early start, or an early lead, but Clair Senchashak is staying right with her. Looks like they flipped at the same time. It should be an exciting race between lanes 3 and 5, or 3 and 4. Okay, looks like Cameron's been able to pull out a little bit ahead, but Clair is hanging very tough. Should be a great finish. And Cameron touched with a 57.31, Clair Senchashak 58.08. In third place, we had Freya Kyle with a .38, and Delaney Molinaro in fourth with a 1:03.98. Coming in fifth, I'm sorry, I'm not sure the swimmer. Who came in fifth, the swimmer for Mac. Great swim. And in sixth place was Morgan Moltz from Mac as well with a 1:28.13. And I apologize to the swimmer from Mac. Your name was not on my heat sheet, but terrific swim. Heat 2, lane 3, Abby Rakowski, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Annabelle Massard, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Mallory Mahan, Mac. Lane 6, Lily Bernard, Upper St. Clair. Lane 7, Bella Kling, Seneca Valley. Off to a good start, Abby Rakowski is going to turn first. But hanging right with her is actually, I apologize, it's not Bella Kling, it's Kendall Craig. I think the two of them may have switched the fly. I think Bella swam the fly and Kendall is swimming the freestyle. So it's updated on the scoreboard, but not on the heat sheet. It's a really tight race. It's unfortunate that the two are in lane 3 and lane 7. I'm not sure if they can see each other. But it looks like Abby has pulled a little bit of a lead. She flipped a little ahead of Kendall. Tight race for third place between Lily Bernard and Annabelle Massard. The pool record is a 53.51. Abby Rakowski touched first with a 53.34 and a new pool record. Congratulations, Abby. Kendall Craig was second with a 53.55. Lily Bernard in third with a 57.46. Anna Morsard, 58.42. And Mallory Mahone with a 107.80. Next up, we have the boys' 100-yard freestyle. In Heat 1, Lane 2, we have Connor McMahon. Lane 3, Alexei Shabanow. Lane 4, Owen Tecklenburg. Lane 5, Ian Fulton. Lane 6, Matt Vizukowski. And Lane 7, Danny Kane.
Lane 1, Connor McMahon. Lane 2, Alexei Shabanow. Lane 3, Owen Tecklenburg. Lane 4,
The pool record in this event's a 48.03.
Lane 6, Matt Vizukowski. Lane 7, Connor Anderson.
Oh, and it looks like Danny Kane is not swimming this. I apologize. It's Connor Anderson. Looks like Connor Anderson, Alexei Shabanow, and Owen Tecklenburg are out to racing for an early lead, racing for first place. But Matt Vizukowski is right in the mix as well. Well, Ian Fulton and Connor McMahon are racing for fifth at this point. This is going to be a close one. Looks like Connor Anderson may have enough of a lead if he can hold it. But Alexei Shabanov is doing his best to run him down. Now Connor Anderson in first, Alexei in second, Matt V in third, and Owen in fourth. Connor Anderson won the heat with a 50.70. We have Ian Fulton finishing and Connor McMahon. Heat 2 is up next. Lane 2, Caleb Trainum, Cannon Mack. Lane 3, Ganesh Sivarana Krishnan. I apologize, Ganesh. Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Kevin Donaldson, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Chad Isbell, Cannon Mack. Lane 6, Ryan Senchak, Upper St. Clair. And Lane 7, Frankie Walton, Seneca Valley. So once again, the pool record's a 48.03. Looks like Ganesh is out to a good, quick start with Kevin Donaldson, and Ryan Senchak racing for first right now. Followed closely by Chad, Frankie, and Caleb, who are racing for fourth. And Frankie Walton's pulled it up. It's clearly in third now, with Ganesh and Kevin racing for first. To be a tight finish, exciting. Looks like it's going to be Kevin Donaldson. Yep, with a 47.06, a new pool record. Ganesh, 47.25, second place. Third place, Ryan Senchak, 48.82.
Kevin Donaldson from Seneca Valley with a new pool record, 47.06.
Next up, we have the girls' 500-yard freestyle. In Heat 1, Lane 3, Kat Marchando, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Cara Della Tafalo, Seneca Valley. Lane 7, Emma Kraber, Seneca Valley. Okay, we go from some fast racing in the 100 free to more of a middle distance, where there's a little more strategy and pacing involved in the 500.
Lane 7, Seneca Valley, Emma Krieger.
The pool record's a 5:10.79. And this race is fun to watch because often the leader, even at the halfway point, may not be the winner, depending on the strategy, how much the swimmers save for the back half of the race. At the 50, Cara Della Tafalo and Emma Kreiber look like they're holding pace, with Kat Marchando just behind. Continues to be a tight race between Cara Della Tafalo and Emma Kreiber, with Kat Marchando holding steady at third. Cara Della Tafalo is flipping at the halfway point. She's in first place, followed by Emma Kreiber and Kat Marchando. Her halfway split is a 2:42.58. Cara is now coming down. When she turns, she'll have 4 laps left. So she's 100 remaining. Still followed by Emma Kreiber and Kat Marchando. Okay, when she flips the next time down at the start end, the starter will blow a whistle to let her know that she has a 50 remaining. Okay, she just flipped and she's heading into her final 50. Okay, Cara Della Tafalo just finished with a 5:31 or 5:32, I'm sorry, 48. She's followed in by Emma Kreiber, who finishes with a 5:45.29. And Kat Marchando will be heading down on her final lap. Okay, Kat Marchando coming into the wall with a 6:07.82. We have Heat 2 up next. Lane 3, Soph Schlichting, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Perry Gagussis, Seneca Valley. Lane 6, Rachel Fibby, Upper St. Clair. Lane 7, Abby Perry, Seneca Valley.
Lane 4 for Seneca Valley, Perry Gagussis. Lane 6 for Upper St. Clair, Rachel Fibby. And lane 7 for Seneca Valley, Abby Perry.
Once again, the pool record in this event is a 5:10.79. Still very close. As I said, this is not really a race of speed as much as it is of strategy. Perry Gagussis from Seneca Valley is out in the lead at the moment. And it's hard to tell what their splits are because our scoreboard did not refresh. Looks like it's a good race right now between lanes 3 and 4 and 6 and 7. Perry Gagusis is still in first, followed by Soph Schlichting and Abby Perry, who Soph and Abby are almost stroke for stroke at this point, followed by Rachel Fibby. Returning, they're going into their 200. At the halfway point, Perry Gagusis has about a body's length on Soph Schlichting, who has a body's length on Abby Perry, who's slightly more than a body's length on Rachel Fibby. So their swimmers are pretty evenly distributed in the pool. Coming into the 400 means they have 4 laps left. Perry Gagusis from Seneca Valley is still out in front. She's extended her lead with Soph Schlichting in second, Abby Perry in third, and Rachel Fibby in fourth. Okay, Perry's coming down. Starter will be blowing his whistle. She'll have a 50 left. So the orders remained relatively consistent throughout the entire race, with Perry in first, Soph in second, Abby in third, and Rachel in fourth. Okay, Perry just touched first, with Soph in second. Abby Perry will be touched third, followed by Rachel Fibby. Next up, we have the boys 500 freestyle. Lane 3, Max Shipley, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Matthew Stevens, Seneca Valley. Lane 6, Luke Bishop, Upper St. Clair. And Lane 7, Connor Anderson, Seneca Valley. Although I have a feeling since Connor Anderson just swam the 100 free, we may be seeing Danny Kane instead for Seneca Valley.
Max Shipley. Lane 4 for Seneca Valley, Matthew Stevens. And lane 6 for Upper St. Clair, Luke Bishop.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connor Anderson was not swimming it, nor is Danny Kane. I apologize to you both. So there'll just be 3 swimmers, Max Shipley, Matthew Stevens, and Luke Bishop in this heat. Matthew Stevens is taking it out pretty fast. Max Shipley is doing his best to hang with him. With Luke Bishop not far behind in 3rd. Their splits are relatively close, so we'll see if they can manage to maintain that. Matthew Stevens may have a slight lead, but Max Shipley's 50 splits are right with him. So it should be an interesting race as it develops. They're turning, they're coming back on their 200. Luke Bishop's in 3rd. We'll see where they flip now, if their splits are still close. Yep, still close, both holding 30s. The pool record in this event's a 4:54.45. Coming down to turn on the 300. They have 8 laps left. Matthew Stevens has started to pull ahead a little bit, splitting slightly faster than Max Shipley, but Max is still hanging in there. Okay, Matthew Stevens is coming down. He's going to flip. He's going to have 4 laps left, so 100 remaining. Matthew Stevens is managing to split a little faster than Max Shipley, holding 30s pretty consistently. Hey, that was the whistle. Matthew Stevens is starting on his final 50. Looks like this is going to be Matthew Stevens' race. He'll finish in a 4:59.43 with Max Shipley coming in second with a 5:06.32. Good job, both swimmers. Luke Bishop will be finishing up. Luke is on his final 25, coming in under the flags and finished up. Good job, all three boys. Next up, we have Heat 2, Lane 3. We have Ethan Neal, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Hai Han Zhu, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Noah Zadila, Canon Mac. Lane 6, Andrew White, Upper St. Clair. And Lane 7, Ren Han Zhu, Seneca Valley.
Lane 6 for Upper St. Clair, Andrew White. Lane 7 for Seneca Valley, Renhan Zhu.
Once again, the pool record is a 4:54.45. And starting out to be a good race. Ethan Neal, Hai Han Zhu, Andrew White, and Ren Han Zhu are all right with each other at the first 50. With Noah Zadila following up. Continues to be a close race between the four swimmers out in front. Ethan Neal and Hai Han Zhu are definitely having a race. They're pushing each other. Neither one's letting the other surge forward. With Renhan Zhu over in lane 7, staying with them as well. Andrew White just behind. They just finished the 200. They have a 300 left. So 8 down, 12 left to go. Hai Han's in first place with Ethan Neal just slightly behind him. And Renhan slightly behind the two of them. Haihan has pulled out a slight lead. And the race for second continues between Renhan and Ethan Neal, with Andrew White pulling up. Okay, Haihan is about to flip, and when he comes back and flips down at the start end again, he will finish 400. He'll have 100 left. It's turned out to be a very, very close race for second place between Ethan Neal and Renhan Zhu, with Andrew White hanging right in there as well. So we'll see who has the most left for the final 100. Looking at their splits, they're all pretty close. Should be an exciting finish. Not sure if any of them can catch Haihan at this point. He will flip and the starter will blow his whistle. He'll have a 50 left at this turn. And it continues to be very exciting and very close for Ethan and Renhan for second place. Their splits were just tenths apart on the last 50. Renhan may have a slight lead. And he's 3/10 faster on that turn, with Andrew White staying right behind and splitting about the same time. Crowd's starting to get a little bit nutty, crazy as they're cheering. It's a really close race. Nothing like an exciting finish to a 500 free. Haihan Zhu came in first, just touched, with a 4:51.22. Looks like Renhan got second and Ethan got third. So Renhan 4:57.13, Ethan 4:57.79, Andrew White 4:59.93. All four boys were under 5 minutes, with Noah Zadila finishing up. And Haihan Zhu actually just new pool record, so terrific job. And I apologize, I was having some technical difficulties, and now hopefully I'm back and everybody can hear me, and I'm really sorry for any of the races that you might have missed. I apologize. We have some great swimming going on. Hopefully the video feed worked, so you got to watch it. It looks like Seneca Valley is going to finish first in Heat 2, followed by Upper St. Clair, and then Cannon McMillan. Seneca Valley finishing first with a 134.94, and Upper St. Clair 137.91, Cannon McMillan with a 149.25. Heat 3's up next. Lane 2, Cannon McMillan, led off by Connor Dalton, followed by Aiden Hollinsworth, Stone DeShishis, and Noah Zadilla. In Lane 4, Seneca Valley, Daniel Simoes, Frankie Walton, Zach Lazowski, and Kevin Donaldson. And Lane 6, Upper St. Clair, Daniel Wang, Jason Zhang, Ethan Neal, and Ryan Shenchishek. It's a close race, but it looks like Seneca Valley has a little bit of a lead. Daniel Simoes will be handing off to Frankie Walton, and Daniel Wang to Jason Zhang. The race remains really close with Seneca Valley still out in front. Be handing off to the third swimmers. Wow, fast split by Jason Zhang, brought Upper St. Clair right up well with Seneca Valley. So it may come down to the final anchor. Cannon Mac racing in third. So Seneca Valley's handing off to Kevin Donaldson, Upper St. Clair to Ryan Senchishak, and Cannon Mac will hand off to Noah Zadilla. Looks like Seneca Valley may have this one. Kevin Donaldson finishing the race strong, just out touching Ryan Senchishak. Looks like a new pool record for Seneca Valley with a 128.76. The old pool record being a 129.77. Upper St. Clair also went under the pool record with a 129.42. And finally, Cannon Mac with a 146.92. Great swimming. We're on to the girls' 100-yard backstroke. Starting with Heat 1, Lane 3, Emily Whiteford from Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Taryn Wilson, Seneca Valley. And Lane 7, Emma Kraber, Seneca Valley. The pool record in this event's a 57.67. We have Heat 1 in the water. It's a tight race. Emily Whiteford and Taryn Wilson are neck and neck, with Emma Kraber just slightly behind. Looks like Emily Whiteford's pulling out. We'll go into the first 50 turn in first. Up. Race has become very close again, all three girls. Are hanging pretty tight, but it looks like Emily Whiteford managed to pull out. see if she can maintain her lead through the last 25. Taryn Wilson's challenging her with Emma Kraber right behind. Emily Whiteford finished first with a 1:11.06, followed by Taryn Wilson, 1:11.51, and Emma Kraber with a 1:14.94. We have Heat 2 up next. Lane 2, Abby Petrarca, Cannon Mack. Lane 3, Taylor Connor, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Rhea Dietz, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Haley Mirdo, Cannon Mack. Lane 6, Lily Bernard, Upper St. Clair. And Lane 7, Delaney Ranawira, Seneca Valley.
Lane 5, Cannon Milton, Haley Meardu. Lane 6, Upper St. Clair, Lily Bernard. And Lane 7, from Seneca Valley, Delaney Ranawira.
Once again, the pool record is a 57.67. A lot of backstroke is swum underwater, and so a lot of times swimmers with the best underwaters have a definite advantage. So we'll see how that goes. Right now it looks like it's going to be a good race between Taylor Connor and Rhea Dietz in lanes 3 and 4. And then between Lily Bernard and Delaney Ranawira over in 6 and 7. Taylor Connors is going to turn first with a 27.88, followed by Rhea Dietz with a 28.91. Taylor Connors has remained in first with Rhea Dietz, Lily Bernard, Delaney Ranawira, then Haley Mirdo, and Abby Petrarca. Taylor Connor finishes first with a 57.35 and a new pool record. Congratulations, Taylor. Followed in second by Rhea Dietz, 59.89, Lily Bernard with a 103, and Delaney Ranawira, 104, Haley Mirdo, 113, and Abby Petrarca with a 122. Once again, I want to emphasize how terrific it is to see these kids swimming as well as they're swimming, coming off of a challenging fall, challenging winter when we had 3 weeks of being shut down. These kids, it's amazing what they can do, and a huge shout out to the swimmers and their coaches for making this all happen. We have the boys 100 backstroke up next. Heat 1, Lane 2, Ian Fulton. Lane 3, Alexi Shabanow. Lane 4, Danny Kane. Lane 5, Connor Dalton. Lane 6, Topher Bishop. And Lane 7, Brian Whitney. Okay, came up pretty even off the start. Looks like Alexi Shabanow is going to turn first, with Danny Kane, Topher Bishop battling for second right now. Alexi's able to maintain his lead, turning at the 50. And Topher and Danny are only a couple of tenths apart. Looks like Topher's pulling out, pulling a little bit ahead of Danny Kane. Nope. Actually, they're still neck and neck. It's a great race. They're sort of exchanging the lead. They're followed by Brian Whitney. Connor Dalton and Ian Fulton. So Alexi Shabanow won the heat with a 57.97, Danny Kane in second with a 1:75, and Topher Bishop with a 1:01.15. Brian Whitney was in fourth with a 1:08.31, followed by Connor Dalton with a 1:15.02, and Eden Fulton with a 1:18.46. Going on to heat 2 for the boys, 100 backstroke. In lane 2, we have Perry Barnhart from Cannon McMillan. Lane 3, Upper St. Clair, Ganesh Sivaramanakrishnan, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Connor Seeley, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Max Orlowski, Cannon Mac. Lane 6, Daniel Wang, Upper St. Clair. And lane 7, Owen Tecklenburg, Seneca Valley. Once again, the pool record in this event's a 51.48. As I mentioned earlier, underwaters are really important in backstroke, and if you watch Ganesh and Max, they both have terrific underwaters, and that then they don't have quite as much swimming to do. So it looks like a tight race between the two of them. Max may have flipped slightly ahead of Ganesh, followed closely by Danny Wang and Connor Seeley. Remains a really tight race. We'll see who has the most to bring it home. Looks like Ganesh off that wall was able to pull ahead a little bit, and he's going to finish in first, just ahead of Max Orlowski, 52.21 to a 52.71. Followed in third by Daniel Wang, 55.13, and fourth Connor Seeley, 55.95. Owen Tecklenburg in fifth with a 59.0. And Perry Barnhart finishing up in a 1:11.68. The next event is the girls' 100-yard breaststroke. Heat 1, Lane 3, Evie Sullivan, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Sydney Swager, Seneca Valley. Lane 7, Bryn Carney, Seneca Valley.
From Upper St. Clair, Evie Sullivan. Lane 4, Seneca Valley, Sydney Swager. And lane 7 for Seneca Valley, Bryn Carney.
The pool record in this event is a 1:07.11. Starting off to be a tight race between all three swimmers. Looks like Sydney Swager may have a slight lead. Sydney Swager is maintaining her lead going into the second turn at the 50, followed very closely by Evie Sullivan and Bryn Carney. Looks like it's going to be Sydney Swager for the race, followed by Evie Sullivan and Bryn Carney. Sydney finished with a 1:16.20. Evie Sullivan with a 1:21.12. And Bryn Carney with a 1:24.65. Next up, we have Heat 2. In Lane 2, Cameron Neeb, Cannon Mac. Lane 3, Caitlin Connors, Upper St. Clair. Lane 4, Edie Sawyer, Seneca Valley. Lane 5, Lauren Bailey, Cannon Mac. Lane 6, Serena Krishnaswamy, Upper St. Clair. And Lane 7, Carly Brunella, Seneca Valley.
Edie Sawyer. Lane 5, Canada McMillan, Lauren Bailey. Lane 6, Upper St. Clair, Serena Krishnaswamy. Lane 7, Seneca Valley, Carly Brunella.
Edie Sawyer and Caitlin Connors pulling out to an early lead as we go into the turn at the first 25. Edie Sawyer slightly ahead of Caitlin, with Carly Brunella in third place. Looks like Edie Sawyer is going to maintain her lead going into the first 50 turn, followed by Caitlin Connor and Carly Brunella, with a tight race for fourth between Serena Krishnaswamy and Lauren Bailey. And Cameron Neeb following up behind. Looks like Edie Sawyer is going to get the pool record. It was a 107.11, and she just finished in a 104.43. It's a great swim and a new pool record. Caitlin Connors is in second with a 111.55. And in third place, Carly Brunella, 114.61. Followed by Serena Krishnaswamy in a 119.54. Lauren Bailey with a 123.88. And Cameron Neeb and I apologize, the time didn't register in Cameron's lane. Next up, we have the boys 100-yard breaststroke. Heat 1. Lane 2, Zachary O'Rourke, Cannon Mack. Lane 3, Patrick Benedict. Lane 4, Ronnie Royhab, Seneca Valley. And I'm sorry, Patrick Benedict, Upper St. Clair. Lane 5, Brady Scanlon, Cannon Mack. Lane 6, Alex Petkoff, Upper St. Clair. And lane 7, Noah Peterson, Seneca Valley. Off the start, it looks like a good race between Patrick Benedict, Alex Petkoff, and Brady Scanlon. With Zachary O'Rourke, Noah Peterson, and Ronnie Royhab following with a race for fourth. The tight race continues between Patrick Benedict and Alex Petkoff, with Brady Scanlon in third, and a tight, very tight race for fourth between Noah Peterson, Brady Scanlon, and Zachary O'Rourke. Patrick Benedict's going to win with a 104.62, won the heat. Alex Petkoff coming in second with a 106.87. Brady Scanlon in third with a 115.5. The race continues for fourth, and it looks like it's going to be Ronnie Royhab with a 124.10. Zachary O'Rourke with a 127.28, and Noah Peterson with a 127.32. Next up, we have Heat 2 for the boys 100-yard breaststroke. Lane 2, Aiden Hollinsworth, Cannon Mack. Lane 3, Upper St. Clair's Josh Matheny. Lane 4, Seneca Valley's Logan Hockenberry. Lane 5, Cannon Mack's Cole Orlowski. Lane 6, Upper St. Clair's Will Perham. And 7, Seneca Valley's Zach Cox. Looks like Josh Matheny's out in first with a very tight race for second between Logan Hockenberry, Cor Laszlovic, and Will Perham. Looks like this race will go to Josh Matheny with Cor Laszlovic in second, Will Perham in third, and Logan Hockenberry in fourth. Josh Matheny won with a 57.06, Cor Laszlovic in second with a minute .8, Will Perham in third with a 101.92, Logan Hockenberry in fourth with a 103.42. Followed by Zach Cox with a 106.45, and Aiden Hollingsworth with a 119.39. Hey, we're wrapping it up now for the girls, their final event of the day, with a 400-yard freestyle relay. In Heat 1, Lane 2, Seneca Valley, led off by Sloan Myers, followed by Mackenzie Van Idekenge, Paige Walco, and Bryn Carney. Lane 4, Seneca Valley, Bella Kling, Bella Stefanowicz, Rhea Dietz, and Edie Sawyer. And in Lane 6, Upper St. Clair, we have Clara Senchishak, Freya Kyle, Serena Krishnaswamy, and Lily Bernard. It's another fun race to watch. Lots of changes in lead depending on how the coaches decide to slot their swimmers. Right now, Seneca Valley has a slight lead over Upper St. Clair. Actually, a very close race between Upper St. Clair and Seneca Valley. Between Clara Senchishak and Bella Kling. Okay, Bella Kling touched first, handed off to Bella Stefanowicz. And Clara Senchishak handed off to Freya Kyle. And Sloan Myers handed off to Mackenzie Van Idekenge. Seneca Valley's Lane 4 is maintaining their lead over Upper St. Clair. Bella Stefanowicz will be handing off to Rhea Dietz. Freya Kyle will be handing off to Serena Krishnaswamy. And Maddie Van Idekenge will be handing off to Paige Walco. Seneca Valley, Lane 4, has maintained their lead with 150 left, so the third swimmer has another 50, and then the final swimmer will step up on the block. Rhea Dietz will be handing off to Edie Sawyer. Serena Krishnaswamy will be handing off to Lily Bernard. And Paige Walco will be handing off to Bryn Carney. Looks like Seneca Valley is going to take this one, followed by Upper St. Clair, and then Seneca Valley, lane 2. So Seneca Valley, lane 4, Upper St. Clair, then Seneca Valley, lane 2. The meet record is a 3:39.44, and Seneca Valley just finished with a 3:48.86. Upper St. Clair finished with a 4:02.30. And Seneca Valley, lane 2, will finish with a 4:25.63. Up next, we have Heat 2, lane 2, Cannon Mac, Abby Petrarca, followed by Abby Thornberry, Maddie Mirdo, and Haley Mirdo. Lane 4, Seneca Valley, led off by Perry Gagussis, followed by Abby Perry, Annabelle Morsard, and Kendall Craig. Lane 6, Upper St. Clair, led off by Abby Rakowski, Soph Schlichting, Rachel Fibby, and Taylor Connor. Right now, Abby Rakowski from Upper St. Clair is out to a slight lead over Seneca Valley's Perry Gagussis. Abby Rakowski is going to hand off to Soph Schlichting in lane 6. Lane 4, Perry Gagussis is going to hand off to Abby Perry. And in lane 2, Abby Petarka is going to hand off to Abby Thornberry. Upper St. Clair is maintaining its slight lead. Actually, it looks like they may be pulling slightly further ahead. So Schlichting in lane 6 is going to hand off to Rachel Fibby. Abby Perry in lane 4 is going to hand off to Annabelle Morisard. And Abby Thornberry in lane 2 will hand off to Maddie Mirdo. Okay, it's the third swimmer. We'll see if the lead changes. Upper St. Clair has controlled the race since the beginning. However, that's the excitement of the 400 free relay. The leads can always change as you go. Rachel Fibby in lane 6 will hand off to Taylor Connors for Upper St. Clair. And in lane 4, Annabelle Morisard will hand off to Kendall Craig. Could come down to the anchors, could be an exciting finish. And Maddie Mirdo will hand off to Haley Mirdo over in lane 2. So Upper St. Clair has maintained its lead. We'll see if Kendall Craig is able to catch up with Taylor Connor. Looks like Taylor Connor is going to be able to hold the lead for Upper St. Clair. Once again, the pool record's a 3:39.44. Upper St. Clair just finished with a 3:42.03. Seneca Valley in second with a 3:44.87.
Upper St. Clair with the win.
Ken and Max starting their final 25. Ken and Mac finishing with a 4:38.36. Next up, we have the final event for the boys, 400 freestyle relay. Heat 1, lane 2, Ken and Mac, led off by Aiden Hollinsworth, followed by Stone Decious, Connor Dalton, and Caleb Trainham. Lane 4, Seneca Valley, led off by Zach Laszlovic, followed by Frankie Walton, Ren Hanzu, and Matthew Stevens. And lane 6, Upper St. Clair, led off by Andrew White, followed by Max Shipley, Matt Vizukowski, and Pavel Shabanov. Seneca Valley's out to early start with Zach Laszlovic. Andrew White's hanging on. Zach Laszlovic from Seneca Valley, lane 4, is going to hand off to Frankie Walton. Andrew White, lane 6, Upper St. Clair, will hand off to Max Shipley. And Cannon Mac, Aiden Hollinsworth, lane 2, will hand off to Stone Decious. Seneca Valley's managed to extend their lead. Frankie Walton's now about a body's length ahead of Max Shipley from Upper St. Clair. He is going to come in and hand off to Renhan Zhu. Max Shipley will come in at the end of this 25 and hand off to Matt Vizukowski. And Stone Decious will hand off to Connor Dalton. Okay, Brenhan's finishing up, coming down on his final 25. We have one more swimmer. For Seneca Valley, there will be Matthew Stevens. For Upper St. Clair, Matt Vizukowski will hand off to Pavel Shabanov. And Cannon Mac, Connor Dalton will hand off to Caleb Trainham. Looks like Seneca Valley's got this one. Matthew Stevens is coming down on his final 25, followed by Pavel Shabanov and Caleb Trainham. Seneca Valley takes the win with a 3:25.98. Once again, the pool record is a 3:17.68. Great job. Next, we have our final heat for the meet. Final heat, final event. It's starting in lane 2 with Cannon Mack. We have Max Orlowski, Perry Barnhart, Chad Isbell, and Cole Orlowski. Lane 4, we have Seneca Valley, Kevin Donaldson, Gavin Blazer, Daniel Samo, and Haihan Zhu. And in lane 6, Upper St. Clair, we have Jason Zhang, Ganesh Sivaramakrishnan, Ethan Neal, and Josh Matheny. This should be a good race and an exciting end to a fun meet. Right now it's a tight race between Kevin Donaldson and Max Orlowski, with Kevin Donaldson and Jason Zhang as well. Tight race between all three teams. Looks like Kevin Donaldson may have pulled out somewhat of a lead. And Max Orlowski may have a slight edge over Jason Zhang. But as I said, we still have 3 swimmers to go, and that could change. Kevin Donaldson is handing off to Gavin Blazer, Jason Zhang to Ganesh Sivaramakrishnan, and Max Orlowski to Perry Barnhart. Gavin Blazer's managed to extend Seneca Valley's lead. But Ganesh has some mean underwaters, and he's certainly doing his best to hang in there. Followed not far behind by Perry Barnhart. Oh, great turn. Upper St. Clair just caught up. It's now a close race between Upper St. Clair and Seneca Valley. They'll be handing off Gavin Blazer to Daniel Samores and Ganesh Sivaramakrishnan to Ethan Neal. They touched at almost the exact same time. And Perry Barnhart handed off to Chad Isbell. Looks like Daniel Samose has pulled up a slight lead over Ethan Neal. Actually, he's continued to pull away. He now has about a body's length on him. He'll be handing off to Haihan Zhu, while Ethan Neal will hand off to Josh Matheny. And Chad Isabel will hand off to Cole Orlowski. I think this race may belong to Seneca Valley. Although there always is a second 50 left. Yep, Seneca Valley's race. Haihan Zhu finishes with a 3:11.66, significantly under the pool record. Congratulations. Upper St. Clair with a 3:14.97, also under the pool record. And Cannon Mack with a 3:33.56. Want to thank everybody for watching, and once again reiterate how excited we are to have an in-person meet. Thank you to Upper St. Clair for willing to host all 3 teams, and the teams for coming down. Everybody for swimming fast and providing us with a great meet to kick off our 2020-21 season. We'll be back with the scores in a minute. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We finally have the final scores, which have been signed off. They're official. For the men, Seneca Valley 100, Upper St. Clair 85, Upper St. Clair 134 to Canon Max 41, and Seneca Valley's 136 to Canon Max 46. For the women, Seneca Valley 101 to Upper St. Clair's 84, Upper St. Clair's 144 to Canon Macmillan's 27, and Seneca Valley's 153 to Canon Macmillan's 25. Thanks again, everybody, for listening. We'll see you back here for our next meet. Until then, stay safe.